Good evening, everybody. I'm starting to get a bit of a track record for late starts, and I do apologize for that. I'm hoping that things will calm down on my end a little bit, and I'll be putting those to rest. But it's probably better to look forward. So let's see what we've got here. I just need a second here to make sure that everything's tagged up properly. We have got Godless for the tag. We have quality options. Okay, looks like we're good to go. So I know a couple of you have been looking forward to Phantom Brigade, and I like Phantom Brigade, so I'm a little surprised to be doing Godless, except for the fact that yesterday there was an update. So probably this is a function of the fact that I I had the local game dev meetup on Wednesday, and I you know that's just going to be a thing that now that they're back and live, it's one of these things that I would like to regularly attend. It's not every time I'm going to wind up with a game to sort of show off on the stream, but I think it's good to. So, like, number one, it's very easy, particularly if you have a hobby like streaming. It's very easy to only be focusing on this sort of digital world. I mean, there is, outside of just Twitch, there is the phenomena of being extremely online, and I'd rather not fall into that trap. So, whether that's going out and meeting people, whether they're familiar or unfamiliar, checking out an interesting place. It's a really interesting bar that they hosted at called Avant Garde. Has a lot of sort of Soviet era sort of propaganda posters, basically. So lots of sort of anti drinking, you know, pro worker, lots of just the sort of thing that you might expect to sort of see during the USSR. They obviously have changed the menu a little bit because of the sanctions. But I'm delighted that that place wound up surviving the pandemic. The owner's an interesting guy. I've never quite gotten a full read on him, but every once in a while I kind of notice there's something like the Gallic War on the on the or no, the Civil War. Anyway, Caesar's Civil War on the on the table. Like there's usually a few works, and I noticed there were a couple guys. It was right close to closing, but a couple guys kind of came in for a drink, and they're very heavy on philosophy, and he seemed to sort of really engage with the two of them. I only ever kind of got a few hints of the conversation. It would have been one I'm sure I would have loved to jump in on, but I was having another conversation, actually about an article that I've been writing, so it was very productive for me. But in any case, obviously there's more to life than video games, but there is one nice thing about getting involved with the local game dev community, and that's just, being able to see other people who are making things, and that can be very inspiring. And honestly, like, I don't mean to, this can be taken in a very mean way, and I don't mean it this way, but there can actually be an advantage to seeing projects in various states of completion, and also people who are in sort of various stages of their game development career, whether that career, like whether I mean sort of like an occupation or a just sort of this hobby. I'm not quite sure what you'd call it, but so sometimes you will look, or at least for me, like I'll look at something that is really well put together. It's by somebody who clearly is sort of a master of their craft. And sometimes, even though you can find that very inspiring to be like, yeah, I want to make games, but then you sit down and you try and make something, and your first try is never going to look like that. You can wind up really disappointed. And of course, the thing is that the games that you've probably fallen in love with almost certainly didn't look like that at the start. It's all of that sort of undisclosed or other, I mean, sometimes there'll be games that have like these making of features and things like that. But, for the most part, you never really get to see, even if you participate in things like betas and even alphas, you may not necessarily see the stages of the project where, you wind up feeling very discouraged. So in some senses, it's nice to see things as they are being made. And then on top of that, people who are closer to your own skill level. Like for me, I definitely find it better to have people who are very talented sort of around me and try to rise to the occasion. Although that does assume a certain sort of floor of talent. And in the case of game development, I know a thing or two about data, and actually they seem to really appreciate the data stuff that I do present, which is which is really nice. But the big one for me is like being able to see people working through ideas, and sometimes being able to see something that's just a fun little side project, or to see something that winds up being like a big commercial project. So a great example of this would be I really like Sparse Game Dev, a guy named Eric. And Eric's worked on, he's one of the organizers. He's worked on Tunic. He's worked on Cuphead. He was the designer of a game called Spring Falls. But he did this dungeon crawler in Pico 8. For those of you that don't know what Pico 8 is, it's a kind of a fantasy console. So it kind of pretends that it's like a Nintendo or a Game Boy or something like that, with all of the limitations that come from, from having old hardware like that. It uses, I think, like Lua as a scripting language, which, I don't know. But at this point, I'm not a great programmer, but I feel confident enough when presented with sort of a foreign programming language, I can pick it up. So, and presumably if I spend the time working on it, then I'll I'll gain a certain degree of ability. And the thing is, like, if you have an idea of what you want to do, right, you can work towards that. It's more if you're sitting down, at a blank sheet and you have no idea what you want to do. That seems to be where things become very difficult. But in any case, he did. I'm trying to remember what he called. It's Wings of something. Let me see if I can find it actually, because this is a really neat game, and I wanted to. Oh, come on. I'm sorry. I know this is supposed to be about Godless, but oh, was it just called Into Ruins? Anyways, there's a link to it here, and it's a roguelike. It's a simple little hex-based roguelike. You're looking for the Wings of Yendor, which, for those of you who are are fans of roguelikes, you'll probably know that I think it was the Amulet of Yendor, which is Rodney backwards, that was the kind of the item that you needed to get from Rogue. I think in Rogue, you actually needed to go to the bottom, get the Amulet of Yendor, but you also had to go back up. Again, I've never played Rogue, but yeah. In any case, just one of these things that it was very charming. It's very well done, especially kind of knowing what the limitations of Pico 8 are. But once you start kind of going down that rabbit hole, you learn little things like Celeste, which is another Vancouver-based developer. I don't know. I don't think the whole team was based in Vancouver. I feel like at least one of them must have been, but yeah, the team that made Celeste is now based in Vancouver, as far as I understand. But that was another example of something that started off as Pico 8. It's not a free engine. Like the fantasy console is something that you need to buy. But again, if you like doing small little projects like that, it seems to have been one where the restrictions have wound up inspiring some really interesting projects. I've also shown some of Sean LeBlanc's games, so he does a lot of the Bitsy stuff, and Bitsy's another game development tool, which is very minimalist. But again, it does mean I need to cut things away from the stream, but it's one of these things that I think is good. And whether it's like a writing club or you go camping or rock climbing or something like that, it's nice to just sort of make sure that you have something in your life that's not video games, or at the very least, in this case here, the the interest and the kind of the connection that's being made for me at the very least is with the people, with the creative people who are getting into these things and doing them. And again, every once in a while it results in a game that I'm interested in, in showing off. Because like I said, there's a very wide range of projects there that can be the sort of stuff which, like that supply chain game that I helped Valiant Cheese make. That was something that I showed off there. That's never going to be something that you kind of want to see a price tag associated with. It's just, kind of goes in, it says what it has to say, and and it leaves. And in the case of, but then there's I think it's Steel Crate, but they did Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And obviously that's a commercially successful game. And Jonah and Eric working on Tunic, although I think Tunic's based in Nova Scotia. Obviously, a geographically diverse team, but yeah. So in that case, like I said, it's really interesting to see projects both in various stages of development, but also to have people who are well above your own ability, and that's maybe something that you would aspire towards, but also maybe people who are a bit closer to your ability. They're still above, but it's something where you can sort of see yourself working your way up to that. And at least to me, that tends to be something that's quite inspiring. So anyways, there is my pitch for the local game dev community. The other thing I wanted to say, which is a little bit of sad news, but I debated about even mentioning it, but I feel like it probably is better just in case people are not familiar or if it comes up. I'm very sorry to say that there were layoffs at Brace Yourself Games. And I think that's there's two reasons why that's a shame. Number one, it's always sad to hear that, and particularly among companies that you feel very, very fondly of. But on top of that, I really do mean it when I say that the people at Brace Yourself Games have been a major reason why it has been such a joy to cover their games and to go through a lot of that. I kind of mention this because there have been some articles written about it. I shared those articles, and I've also shared a few of the people who, are currently looking for jobs. Some of them were able to move into things right away. There are a number of people who are looking. And I know every once in a while there are some people who have, hello, Olaf, it's very good to see you. Every once in a while there are some people who have games industry connections who watch. Maybe potentially people who are even looking for people. And I think that was kind of the main driver. It's a very, very small chance. And like I said, I've retweeted the people that I know about. And for some people, I have a feeling that that's probably something that maybe they would prefer to keep private, or they're working on their own things. Certainly, it's kind of up to Brace Yourself to, make whatever announcements they want. And, I'm assuming that probably the individuals will be the ones who want to talk about their job status. But if you are in a position, whether you know someone, whether you have, community resources or any of that, definitely reach out to those people. I don't want there to be as much friction as possible to, between getting a potential job and getting someone with a job. So if you happen to know something, and you want to send it along, if you can't find the individuals through the tweets or something like that, I mean, if it's a question of getting it to someone, like, send it to me. I'll do my best to send it along. But I've also tried to make sure that like where I see someone who's looking and advertising that, I've tried to make that public and easy to find. Although I'm also conscious of the fact that I don't have that wide of a reach. But there is, with some of the articles, there's been a little bit of there has been some news in terms of what projects the company is still pursuing and all of that. And I'm not going to lie, like, as a fan of the company, I'm not indifferent to the status of certain projects and that, but I don't really feel like this is the appropriate way or time to sort of talk about that stuff. But it does mean, I just wanted to say that I am going to continue doing Brace Yourself games. I'm very, very sorry that there's not going to be some familiar faces, in the Discord, at least in terms of the roles that I know them in. But I do still feel very fondly, to a number of people who are at Brace Yourself game. I could say all of them, frankly, but I don't know everyone at Brace Yourself. Certainly, all of my interactions with them have been very positive. So, in one sense, I wanted to at least get the bad news out of the way, because it's one of those things that sometimes it's this is where people find that some stuff out. But more importantly, if you are in a position to sort of help these people find a new position, there's a lot of very, very good talent that is now currently looking for a job and will definitely make whatever workplace they wind up in a better place for it. So if you are in a position to help them out, this is a time when it would be, in particular, it would be appreciated. Now, I've got 15 minutes of introduction in. Let's talk about Godless. So I spend a lot of time talking about the local game dev meetup. The one thing I wanted to just sort of say about Godless was the new update came out on the 30th, so yesterday, and I was originally going to do Phantom Brigade. I still want to do Phantom Brigade, but in the case of a in the case of a new update to Godless, it sort of feels like it would be good to how do I put it? Like, it would be good to get the new update. Sorry. I messed up on a date. Okay, cool. But yeah, in any case, it seemed good to do Godless, fresh off the update. I do want to catch up with Phantom Brigade because I know it has been a couple of weeks, but Godless is currently in early access, and obviously we got away with some nonsense the last couple of times we played it, so it will be fun to kind of come back to this and see where it goes. We'll also just be able to try out some new content when they brought it in. So let's jump into the game. If there's patch notes there, I saw patch notes on Steam. If there's patch notes in the game, I'll read them. Otherwise, we'll see how it all turns out. Roadmap. Thank you for playing Godless in Early Access. This game is still in development, and we are planning to add a lot of content and cool features on a regular basis. Let us know on the Steam forums if you'd like to see something in particular added into the game. I also, from what I understand, the lead on this project, Anil, is quite active on the Brace Yourself Discord. So if you're not a part of that, definitely it's a good time to jump in. So it says here, May update, auxiliary skills, tier 3 talent, skills, scrolls, and coming soon, Act 4, and more. So I believe on the early access description I think for the early access description on Steam, it has an estimated release date. I think this game is pushed back a little bit in terms of release. And again, more stuff is never something to turn down. They have also said that they will be raising the price for the game on release. So if you are interested in trying stuff sort of early on, now's the time to pick it up. But of course, if you want to see what the what the game is like, obviously you pay up for the ability to do so. So I am kind of curious because I remember paying for a shrine. Okay, so for whatever reason, the corrupted shrine wasn't unlocked. Well, I thought I unlocked it, but... So, we have a few options here. So this is the standard immobile shrine. Yes, we have one as this one. We've got the magma shrine. Now that's the one where I really seem to be getting away with a lot of nonsense. So it can move and attack, starts each battle with 9 attack. Now the corrupted shrine, this has the highest starting health, but it says start each battle with 2 shrines. The health splits evenly between them. So this can work kind of both ways. Like, there are possibilities here where the corrupted shrine can become very powerful, because again, if you do something that winds up healing the shrine multiple times, then it then you're gonna basically double that health pool. On the other hand, you are also opening yourself up to attack from 2 different sources. And in fact, when I think of the second act, I believe there are the elemental enemies, which have kind of 3 individual sort of entities running around. So in that case, obviously, you're opening yourself up to a lot of different attacks. But I figured, let's give it a try. And let's move up to hard, because we have beaten the game once doing silly things, but also doing, we did get a legit win last time we played this. So I'm sure I will wind up regretting this choice for playing on hard, but let's give it a shot. By the way, Olaf, I don't know if I asked, but how are you doing? I should have started with that. Okay, so enemy level. Enemies start on level 2 and a new tile abandoned tower. For hard, enemies start on level 3. Several northern cities belong to enemies from the start. That is going to be a big challenge. Alright, hint, always attack adjacent enemies. Allies always attack adjacent enemies with the lowest health unless their abilities say otherwise. That's good to know, actually. So basically they go for the kill as much as possible. Okay, so we need to think about one of the nice things about, so for those of you not familiar with Godless, this is a sort of a roguelike auto battler. Now, I haven't really played auto battlers on my own. Like, I've played them before, but I never really stuck with them. So I kind of feel like the deck building element is sort of part of the auto battler anyway, but just in case it isn't, there is this kind of construction component. So pushes a target on every second attack. The Bloodlord is less expensive and gains +2/+1 whenever an adjacent unit dies. Finally, there's the Protector of Nature, so attack is always equal to health. So if we had a way of healing up the Protector of Nature a lot... So we have used this to great effect in the past. I'm a little worried we don't quite know what the synergies are yet, but... Doing okay. It's been a while, which was nice, but also nice to come home. Yes. I'm sleepy, and I'm really trying to kind of catch up with everything. But I'd say overall, I think, I'm doing as well as I can. But thank you for asking. Okay, we'll do the Elementalist because there's the healing benefit. And then we've got Cleric for healing. So if I want to go all in on buffing the Protector of Nature, I go for the Cleric. Divine Strike, deal 2 damage to an enemy, +1 for each unit next to the shrine. And then there's Curse Spirit, all adjacent enemies. I think we're going to go all in on buffing the Protector of Nature, especially because I believe we have a bonus to our... we do have a bonus towards our... our mana at the start. Okay, so we've got God of Prosperity. Whenever an ally is summoned, their health is doubled, but you cannot have more than 2 allies in play. The shrine doesn't count. That's tricky. But man, Protector of Nature with Mercy, I think that might be one I want to try and go for. Yeah, I think we're going to go for heavy health on this. By the way, Olaf, I've been playing more Borderlands because of you. So one of the... should I say consequences? I don't know. One of the features of that has been that I was stuck on the arms sale side mission. And I finally got through it. I think there was like a weekend where I was very determined to get that stupid timer, to get the best of that stupid timer. So, yeah, I don't know. Yay me. Okay. I'm a little wary of the... Hang on, let me make sure that that's right. Rune Master on move, summon a phantom. Okay. I was mistaken. I thought for some reason that this was a druid that would be dropping kind of bombs on me in the woods. So in this case, we'll just put... They're not stationary, are they? Alright, click to continue. There are 2 auxiliary skills available each battle, regardless of which main skills you selected. So relocate any ally to an adjacent hex, or Blazing Soul, remove an ally from the battlefield and add their attack to another ally. Now if I do that to the Protector of Nature, yeah, actually that winds up sort of... That sort of defeats my... That sort of defeats the main purpose of the Protector of Nature, because again, the health is always equal. Anyways, we definitely start the Protector of Nature in the forest. And I think... So the aim of this is going to be to just try and heal up the Protector of Nature. So, what this comes down to now is, do I save up for another Protector of Nature, or do I quietly buff him with a bunch of clerics? And in this case, I think we save up for Protectors of Nature, because clearly the enemies here are going to do some significant damage to us. It's like the unfortunate thing here is that this unit is going to wind up moving in, hitting the Protector of Nature for 7 damage before... before I get any kind of work in, so it's a shame, but we wait the 1 turn, and then we'll summon another Protector of Nature to cause trouble. Okay, so what's going to happen now is the Protector of Nature is going to attack the Phantoms. But you get to put one of these down. Oh! Sorry, I should have read that more closely. An enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. Exile adds +3/+7 to an ally. All enemy units on the next continent will have +1/+1. Again, I don't like this this one, if I'm completely honest. But I do want to get the health up, or the good guy points up. So I think I'm gonna save the mana this time. One nice thing about this turn is I'm kind of building up all of my reserves as far as health goes. So it's going to be hell to pay with the battle sorceresses, but we have reasonably strong units. Well, they're already at the... I was hoping I might maybe blow them away. Alright, copy traversable tile on an adjacent hex. So put down another tree because I want to... I think I need to save up for a Protector of Nature, and then I'm going to get an Elementalist to heal up the shrines. Oh, that's ugly. So I'm going to give up some shrine health for perfect balance so that we can get super attack. Yeah, you know what? That didn't go so well for me. I wound up with 7 less health than I did before. Okay, Arena. On enter swaps the attack and health of entering allies. I don't really think that works with how I'm building it right now. Resurrects the last dead ally. Now, it's not clear to me if it's the same as summoning them again, in which case it's actually a good idea for the Protector of Nature. I think I'm going to go for the Spark of Nature as a reward. Okay, so we do have an Arc Druid. I think we go for the Sanctuary Chamber. Okay, so Rune of Power adds +3 attack to the shrine whenever an enemy enters an adjacent hex. Ether Energy adds 15% of the shrine's health to Ether at the end of the battle. And Shadow Nova. On death, the shrine deals 12 damage to all adjacent enemies. Now that's tempting. I think I'm going to do Rune of Power, because I don't want a strategy that builds around losing my shrines. Upon an ally's death, all adjacent allies gain +3 health, or Giant's Might adds +1/+4 to the ally. Okay, so again, because we're working with our Protector of Natures, that works well with them. And we only have 60 ether left, so I think I'm just going to leave it be. So the only forests left are the ones that put me in greater danger. I think I'm gonna... I think I'll just take my chances by going far away. Okay. I was kind of hoping he would heal the Protector. I'm going to add a Cleric here. They're probably going to wind up falling to the Ogre. But at this point I want to be adding... yep. I want to be boosting that health. Are you kidding me? So I need to save up for another Protector. This is actually going to be quite challenging. That was not quite what I wanted, but it's not a disaster either. So I just want to try and get some of the healing up. Okay, I'm gonna do Astral Projection, I think. Oh, but I can't put it on the other side of the map. Okay. So I'll do Perfect Balance instead because we get some extra health out of that. There's a plan behind this. So I need to wait until these ogres commit a little bit further. So the plan here is next turn I'm going to take one of the shrines that's under threat, and I'm actually going to move them to this tile here. And that'll give the Protector a chance to strengthen themselves up a little bit. In fact, I can let the AI commit itself one more turn to this. It means that's a turn that I'm not really improving my unit, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, so I'm gonna use the portal here. An adjacent hex. Okay, that was poorly thought out on my part. This is gonna sting damage-wise, but... pretty sure this shrine dies no matter what. So at this point, I gotta do anything I can to save the shrine. I think we will survive it. I don't think we're gonna survive the next round, though. The one saving grace is that the druid's not going to be hitting the shrine. So as long as we can kind of keep this wall... I was thinking of sacrificing the protector, but that doesn't work. Please stop going into swamps. So weirdly, I think the answer here... Well, there's one of two things, right? We put the Elementalist down on the corrupted shrine. No, honestly, I think I'm going to need a replacement Protector of Nature, so I should save... Save the mana. Oh, now here's an interesting idea. Okay, so I was originally going to try moving the shrine over here, but this doesn't work because of the... just because of the... Ugh. I don't think there's a way we survive this, but let's do our best. it's going to do damage when it moves in, and then they kill the shrine with the attack. That was not well done on my part. So we'll go to the library, we'll pick up some new toys. And I'll try and do a better job of explaining my thought process behind things, or lack of a thought process behind them. So choose a scroll at the start of each run. One free attempt to recreate a continent. Extra health after defeating a boss. Or more ether. I think extra health for defeating a boss. Okay, so I'm going to try these cursed shrines again. But now that I know that they're immobile, and now that I know... basically, now that I know a little bit more about how they play, let's see if we can kind of come up with something that's a bit more effective in taking advantage of 2 shrines. So, let's see what we can do skills-wise. So there's Portal, there's Deep Freeze, add +1/+2 to any ally and freeze them until next turn. Blazing Soul will remove an ally from the battlefield and add their attack to another ally. Great Sacrifice, remove an ally from the battlefield to refund its mana cost. That's actually very good with the trees, or the Protector of Nature, or whatever it was called. Moving land, relocate any traversable tile, and recall teleport any non-boss unit to the shrine. So I got to think about what I have immediately available to me here. So I've got Blazing Soul to remove for the attack. I think I'm going to try Deep Freeze. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll hang on. I'll keep Portal in my pocket just in case. Okay, so the Plant Warrior was a very frightening one. And then the Pyromancer's kind of tempting for those empty... I don't know, there's something about the Plant Warrior kind of pounding on the enemies that works for me here. Sacred Grove, each turn adds +1/+1 to a unit on this tile and triggers their each turn effects. Divine Strike, 2 damage to an enemy, +1 for each unit next to the shrine. And Sand Golem destroys a tile on this hex to gain 2/5. I'm going to go for Sacred Grove. So the thing I don't have is attack, so I'm going to go for a Nomad here. This is going to be complicated at the start, but I can definitely see... I can see something of a strategy forming here. I'm curious to see whether or not this is going to pull off what I want. I think this is going to wind up resulting in my shrines getting attacked a lot earlier than I want, but you think it's Godless Tactic? Is that a name of a game, or is it just because you think because it's a turn-based game, you think it should have tactics in the title? And I'm doing okay. I'm just feeling very, very worn out. I don't know if it's the heat or what, but I just sort of, after starting the stream, I just felt kind of, I don't know, demolished. Okay, that's actually really good for me. I was not expecting that. Well, that's unkind. Okay, neither of my shrines are low enough on health. Swap places of any 2 units. I should have done it the other way around, actually, because this guy's going to heal this one. Anyways, the intention was to kind of try and divide the attention a bit. Oh, that's... I should have saved the turn. I wasted a lot of mana doing that. Let's say... So we'll drown him in swamps. Morale boost increases attack. Eh. Must have been all the false cheering from the last week that's gotten to you. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, are you talking about for the... I frankly have no investment whatsoever in Alberta politics. Other than the most frustrating outcome for all concerned. Okay, exile has not served me well in the past. But I gotta go for it. Oh wait, the mushroom guy's gonna fall to the ogre moving into the tile. Nope. I was mistaken. I really need to keep on top of that temple. That is definitely a way that I wind up losing my... That's definitely the way I wind up losing my, my mana. So again, I don't think there's much hope for the... I don't think there's much hope for the shrine, to be honest. See, I mean, half the health that we start with is not great. So I went for Spark of Fire just because I'm trying to find something. So if I can destroy empty tiles, or if I can get a kind of the nature protector, I can see both of those working. I think we'll try Fading Life. Start each battle with 3 shrines. This will hurt with the Arc Druid, though. I do have a bit of an idea in terms of how I'm going to do it, though. Okay. Oh, you know what sucks? The Elvish Temple's gonna wipe them all away. I've screwed this up big time. I should have paid attention to those abilities. Okay, so, I'm going to reserve my mana for a bit. I really just want to get past this first turn and take out the druid. An enemy has been defeated, but life still glimmers in their body. Now you are to decide their fate. So, soothe before death. It's actually not clear that the mercy benefit is as good, given that I don't have the protector anymore. So the plan is, once the druid's down, I'm going to move the shrines into the sacred groves. If this one had survived, I would have done the same, and so the idea would have been a turn. There'd basically be 3 turns where the shrines heal. Sure thing, Vanguard Master. There's no advantage to doing that, it's convenient. Okay, this again may be a questionable choice, but... So I figured the answer here is the same as it's always been. We try and poison as much as we can, and then let the shrines clean up the rest. But we lose all of them. Okay, I don't really see a situation in which the shrine really makes it. Although maybe here we can at least stack on the... No, we can't, because I should have maybe seen what direction he was moving. So I'm debating as to whether or not it's a good idea to go for the Nomad to try and get the extra... So, like, I think he gets taken out by the Elvish Temple. So I think in this case here, we just keep stacking on the poison. Okay, so my plant warrior needs to... Oh god, I keep forgetting that they heal. Unbelievable. So because they're going to keep running after the shrine, I think the plant warrior winds up giving them quite a bit of poison. Now this is one where the plant warrior actually dies. I probably could have thought that through a little bit better. So I'm putting this unit here. The net amount that the enemy gets here, it so 1 damage, then the 1 poison, but they get the 2 health back. What I'm really trying to do here is prevent the shrine from being attacked. Although it doesn't matter because this thing kills all the... That is so bad. Okay, so there is a very specific way that I can do... Ah. Gives me a bit of time. No. I wanted all that for the shrine. Okay, so the plan here is I'm going to chase down the ogre with... plant people. Actually, better still. As long as she doesn't wind up attacking the plant person, it's better to get the poison on. Well, we'll see how it goes. Oh boy. Okay, what I need to be careful about is the fact that every time this unit moves, it blows stuff up, so that I basically give my enemies a free 2 health every time one of these plant warriors gets caught in the blast radius. Yeah, there's really no way to make that work, so we know this little guy is gonna fall to the tower, so I think we're gonna save the mana. Actually, there is a small argument for putting down sacred groves on. It's probably too late, but at the very least we can get some retaliation. We'll probably teleport onto the swamp here. I'll get my poison mushroom friend. We can't do anything about the battle sorceress because the walls are in the way. That's, if I'm going to wind up losing, it's going to be because she's sort of allowed to run around and do what she wants over here. I suck. I didn't need to give them that health. Okay, so we want to see where the enemy's moving, so we put plant fella down here. Yeah, you know what, we'll just gang up on him. So this is to prevent the 6 damage that's going to come from that unit attacking the shrine if they're allowed to just move in normally. So we're going to lose 5 damage as they move into the... Oh! He changed paths? I'd rather not have given the enemy all that health. I lose. Best I can try is... Oh, you know what? Kill and duel. And why didn't they attack immediately like it said? Okay, we've lost. Alright, that's been two really crummy rounds on my part. So I think here I'm going to try and get some more of those auxiliary skills. I've not been as adaptable as I should be when it comes to strategy, but I do have something in mind for the Cursed Shrine. I just haven't quite been able to land it. Plague Boar. 3 poison to adjacent enemies. This is definitely not what I was planning on. So there's not really all that much. There's a little bit in terms of a combination. So enough cursed spirits should allow the swordsman to really sing. Let's see whether or not we can pull this off. So I want to be careful of the druid again. Although maybe in this case we settle for a... Maybe in this case we do settle for a forest. Yeah, you know what? I have an idea. Okay, so for starters, there's no special abilities or anything like that on the table, so I want to make sure that the enemy is like getting hurt and inconvenienced as much as possible. So I'm also kind of banking on the Elvish... Like, I'm hoping that the Battle Sorceress doesn't wind up in one of these two tiles, because if they do, the Elvish Temple winds up really hurting us here. Now, this is a risky strategy, right? Because the Druids are going to be really messing around with my my health for two turns. But again, there's a specific plan here. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Because I don't have the option of using the swordsman either. Yeah, again, I feel like the shrine should be attacking in this case. So obviously that's half of our health right off the start. The plan here is that we make that up with the we make that up with the we make that up with the number of turns that we heal. I don't think even a child would be fooled by that, but... Okay... So, Plague Boar for sure. That's to prevent the sorceress from being able to attack him right away. So the next trick is I need to make sure that the shrine is protected once the sorceress is able to teleport. I need to make sure that the... I need to have some control over where they wind up landing. It may be too late for that, to be honest, but let's see how it goes. Kite, how you doing? Sorry, you just got home from work and you need to go to bed, but you wanted to stop in and say hello. Kite, it's wonderful to see you. I'm actually feeling really worn out myself, so I really appreciate you hanging out, especially given that I'm feeling very much like you do. I think we're going to lose this first act. But for those of you who don't know him, Kite is someone I've known for a very long time on Twitch. He's got a wonderful broadcast, and he's been growing his talents. So I highly recommend you follow him, just because sometimes his work will pull him away from streaming. You know, like anyone, right? There's a life outside of broadcasting, and it's always nice to, it's nice to have that freedom to do other things. But one thing I really respect about Kite's abilities, every single time he's come back from a break, it's always been worth it. And one of the things I like kind of highlighting is that he has started opening his streams. I don't know if it's been all of them, because I don't always come in at the start, but he's very often been starting his streams with some music, with playing piano and some singing. And as somebody who is trying to learn some music, actually, so here's another Brace Yourself connection. Some of you will remember Riley Koenig, the composer for Phantom Brigade. He recommended a music book to me. It's a little more simple than I thought it might be, but that's not the worst thing in the world, let's say. But in any case, it's by at least one of the co-authors is one of his professors at UBC for music. And it's basically like the adult, it's for older beginners is the diplomatic way of putting it, but like there's like two performance books for like primer level and level 1, and that's like basically if you're a kid, and then the older beginners one is a combination of the two. So a large part of what I need to do is just get familiar with playing with both hands, and just kind of being able to, I don't know, like just get some of the basics back down. So again, like some of the stuff I'm looking at here, it's very like, you could play it with one finger, let alone one hand. But as I kind of go through the book here, there's a few more which are maybe a little bit more, a little more complicated. Obviously, the ones at the end. And I figure one, I was looking for a good recommendation for just any sheet music to read, really. But I will also say, like, there's a small amount of envy that I have for Kite and his ability to sort of learn new things and share them with the audience. So, in any case, in addition to being a very wonderful streamer, a nice guy, some of you will recognize some of his spies that he likes to bring in. This is the man behind the very friendly people who stop by every once in a while. And Kite himself is a talented broadcaster and a shockingly nice person. So he's somebody who I'm always very eager to shout out. Anyways, I'm spending all this time, and clearly you need to go to bed. So take care, Kite. I hope you are doing well. Oh dear, I forgot to change the abilities. I guess I don't really want the boar to have more health, do I? But they are going to wind up moving into this tile anyway, so... It doesn't really matter, because this unit's going to attack and kill it anyway, but... Yeah, did the trick. Unfortunately, I think this shrine still dies to the druid. Yeah, just shy. Oh, no. Interesting. So at this point, I'm just desperately trying to get any health that I can on the shrine to get us through. They tell you things you miss when they are in my stream and how bad you would be at it. You know, okay, we gotta find something. I mean, like, I know both of us are very busy, but at some point I feel like we need to find something that we can co-op well. Or it doesn't have to be co-op. I suppose it can also be rivalrous. But I feel like if that's the sort of smack talk you're getting, I think I don't know. We gotta find something where you can let them know what's what. Yes, actually, Kite, I don't know if you know this, but Vanguard Master is a game developer. They are currently working on... it's Warbringers of Angrul is the... I may be pronouncing it wrong, but... Alright, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't see any way... I see any way I'm gonna survive any of this. One thing I can do... So I think he's going to wind up attacking the sorceress. But he should just be able to run behind them and do damage. The tricky one for me is I'm trying to get the poison on the battle sorceress, but there's no way for me to do that without the battle sorceress teleporting to one of my shrines. So I'm just gonna wait. That's the one I didn't want to lower the health for, or the attack for. Oh well. Okay, so now I'm actually going to drop the Cursed Spirit here, because I want to lower her damage. Oh, no, that was unexpected. God, what do I do about that? I get one turn fighting that sorceress. I don't know. We'll do our best. I'm pretty sure this is a just a disaster. Yeah, we're so done. So again, they get to double up the damage each time. Wow, I was not expecting to make it past that that act. I don't see us going any, or not act, but that level. I don't see us making any progress beyond this though. Well, there's the Protector of Nature. It's kind of late, but okay, let's try the chamber again. And this time we'll go for the Goth points just because it's the one I have the most of. Oh, what am I doing? I need another 10. Enemies with 3 or less attack are corrupted, so corrupted, I need to remember what that does. Okay. Perhaps I should submit a ticket for that. I will find a way to do that. I guess we'll do Kiss of Death. Now the thing is, the Corrupted Shrine, I'm not gonna lie, there's not that much that excites me. We can try Shatter. We do still have an Archdruid, so I think we're gonna wind up... Oh god, and the heavy armor? We're not gonna make it. There is actually one weird possibility that may work. What I'm really trying to do here is capture the villages. You idiot. Well, that's a whole lot of... yeah. That's quite miserable for my shrines to deal with, actually. Okay. So, let's absorb the attack here. I think I need to leave the... They're gonna wind up taking this city, I think. Anyways, I'm gonna need to leave the mana. Okay, so I assume this guy, yeah. So I really want to put down another Protector of Nature, but I want to take advantage of the Cursed Spirit first. Now, unfortunately, this shrine's gonna die to this guy. Oh, crap. I think that Phantom's just lost me the game. Wait a minute. That unit wasn't eliminated. There we go. So the logic behind this is to make sure that I'm healing through this through the Sacred Grove. Don't understand why he did not attack the weaker unit like he was supposed to. I was actually really relying on that. So at this point, all I can really hope for is the Protector of Nature. But I think we're dead this turn. It's not even I think, I know, because we get blown up and then he attacks. Yeah. Alright, that was a very, very poor round on my part. So I'm going to try on hard one more time. I think I'm going to go back to the Magma Shrine, though. I need to feel better about myself, so... Okay, so we've got the Bloodlord, which gets 2-1 for adjacent units dying. Ghouls swaps attack with the target. If this unit's attack becomes 0, it will turn into an enraged ghoul, and then the Orc Warlord on attack adds this unit's attack to all adjacent allies. So let's try that with the Orc Warlord. I'm going to do the Cursed Spirit. This is a terrible group that I'm starting with. Okay, so, the best bet here is to blunt the attacks. So one thing I want to do is limit the ability to sort of generate. I want to limit the ability for this guy to generate phantoms. So it's runes and places of power. Yeah, I'll try this. Okay. I'm gonna stay put, I think. Unless I want to deep freeze. Yeah, you know what? That is a shame. So now I need to save up for the Orc Warlord. This isn't going to last very long. Well, it's better than I thought it was going to be honest. Let's see if we can extend this. Perfect Balance is very tempted with my shrine right now. I think I'm gonna go skip. I don't exactly need the ether, but so there is one thing I can do. So we're gonna wind up with like 4 phantoms, but hopefully the shrine takes them out. So right now I'm in a like net loss, but I actually think if I hold on long enough, I'm going to be able to gain health out of this. I didn't plan that out. So the fact he was able to attack first kind of ruined that plan. Like I said, I'm too unfocused. I'm not really being thoughtful. Might be to my advantage to keep the Elvish Temple up right now. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's get... Yeah, so the problem is the orc... Well, the orc attacks after the shrine. So they're no longer adjacent, and I've built this in such a way that yeah, I could not have designed this worse. Okay, so the one bit of good news here is I will be able to clobber the battle sorceress, but we've lost too much health. If only it gave me a chance to make my health equal to my attack. So let's try the ghoul. I don't think I'm going to be able to get enemies down to 0, but let's at least try. Sacrifices an ally of your choice on turn 3 to summon 3 cursed spirits. So in this case, I'll just try Rotten Souls, because I don't particularly like the idea of sacrificing allies every 3 turns. I mean, I could sacrifice a cursed spirit, I guess. Now, the one bit of good news here is that there's lots of forests. Or it's not lots of forests. There's no archdruids. So I'm gonna start with a corrupted tree. At this point I want to try and do everything I can to start getting these people down to 0 attack, just so I can get that enraged ghoul. Corrupted tiles abilities trigger twice while corrupted units are standing on them. Well, that would seem... that would actually be pretty bad if it's the woods. Oh, this is gonna be a struggle. So in this case, I'm gonna go for Great Sacrifice on this tree. Again, a very poorly thought out turn, but I'm stuck with this now. So let's try and get my... these two are stuck in a fight forever. And then it did occur to me the heavy armor is actually going to prevent that from being a fast fight. Now here's an interesting idea. So do I... Okay, unfortunately that doesn't count as the unit dying. Oh, he's just going to wind up walking into the forest and it'll be the same thing again. Oh, no, it won't, right, because he didn't get his healing at the start of the turn. Cool. So this is all of this was built so I can get my stupid ghoul. But at what cost? Because like look at how low my health is. And I think this ghoul is gonna die as soon as this unit moves. Again, I need to anticipate what the shrine is going to do, otherwise I waste the turn. Alright, this is just going to be a... it's going to be a bit of a mess. We'll live with it and... try better for next time? Yeah, I think we just end the turn. Well, this is going to be an adventure. It's kind of a risky strat, but... Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to put down the Cursed Spirit to protect the Orc Warlord. I wasn't expecting that move, and I should have known because I did bring up the arrows. Yeah, we're dead. I'm just gonna... Well, no, let's be a good sport about it. Let's bring in the... Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really blowing it. Would anybody mind? So, I don't want this to come off the wrong way, and I feel like it's kind of impossible for me not to. Would anybody mind if I switched up the games for the last hour? And it's actually not because it is not because I'm not enjoying Godless, but I'm absolutely not in the right headspace for this game right now. I've been feeling kind of lethargic all evening, really. And I'm not entirely sure I'm showing... I'm not really sure I'm showing this game in its in its full glory. And again, please don't please don't take it the wrong way. I was given a copy of this game for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself. I think I forgot to say that at the start, so I apologize. But yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like if I'm carelessly running into stuff, it's not a good it's not as good of a showcase of what can be done. So but then of course that invites the question as to what I'm going to play. I'm tempted to go into Book of Hours, but that would be unkind to the people who want to see Book of Hours. I am open to suggestions, but the drawback is I may not have it all installed. The other thing I could try and do is to read something, because we do have another hour together, at least by the normal timings. It is almost midnight too, so how long would I be going for? I'd be going for about an hour, I think, Olaf. I probably should actually think about maybe just finishing early, because I still have stuff that I need to do and if I'm starting those things at like 1:30, quick game of Civ. I mean, I did show off the Battle Royale mode, I guess, can be done within the hour. I forgot that I uninstalled a whole bunch of stuff, so there's a couple good like older games on here, but I don't know. Oh yeah, you know what? Starflight would have been really good. Oh, no, I've got one. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go the full hour, but I really like this game, and I've never showed it on stream. Is this even connected? Yeah. I got this during an Epic sale, and weirdly enough, I actually played it on Xbox. Ah, so you're familiar, Olaf. Oh, is it not going to capture it? There we go. Photosensitivity warning. Effects such as flashing lights or light patterns can trigger dizzy spells or epileptic seizures in a small percentage of people, even those with no prior history of problems. If you experience any unusual sensations, including dizziness or any kind of disorientation or discomfort, stop playing immediately and consult with your physician before resuming. Yeah, this is such a wonderful game. So I don't know how many of you have played Tetris Effect or not. I also really like the Apple TV Plus movie. It, like, don't get me wrong, it's really clear when they go Hollywood with the story. Like, I know the story of the rights to Tetris was a bit of a an adventure, but like a car chase in the middle of Moscow with the the head of Nintendo legal might be might be a bit of a stretch. But yeah, I've actually made more progress. Do I try expert? I think I'm just gonna do normal. I have beaten this on Xbox, but that was on Game Pass. It's not on Game Pass anymore. So do I even remember the controls? I've already created problems for myself. So for those of you that are not familiar with it, the Tetris Effect, in addition to being a shockingly beautiful game, has a mechanic. You can go into the zone. Oh dear. I'm hoping I at least get to the, I think it's the Kesak dance, like the monkey dance. That's probably one of the first, oh my god, what is this game doing to me moments. The Tetris Effect of the title is actually it's a real, I guess it would count as psychology. But apparently there's this phenomena of people seeing the blocks in Tetris after playing it. There's also a couple of other things about Tetris, such as the fact that apparently if you're having trouble sleeping, playing some Tetris before bed's supposed to be good, which I would have assumed the opposite, because obviously playing video games is a great way to wind up staying up all hours. But who am I to argue with Harvard? Creating problems for myself. So I'll try and give you an example of the zone. I hate that I'm doing this, but I need a little more breathing room. Oh no! Okay, here we go. So basically it freezes time, so that allows you to get considerably more than what a normal Tetris, like I think it's the first time you can do more than get 4 for a score. Hey Dendrian, how you doing? Sorry, I'm also not going to be very good at interacting with chat, because obviously this game requires a bit of attention. The final level for this game is absolutely something else. like it opens really strong with this level. Like I like it a lot. I think like they definitely picked a lot of very good like introductory music to set the tone and kind of let you know that you're about to experience something probably different from what you're expecting when it comes to a Tetris game. But the finale absolutely delivers. Spent too long trying to clean up the mess. Ah! I have a plan, I swear. Alright, well, let's do our best with what we got here. Ah! And again, sorry, I'm not checking chat at all because apparently my my idiot pills extend from Godless to Tetris. Need to pay attention to what's coming up. Hello, TPGMC, 20th of your name. How are you doing? I'm sorry for not being a little bit better at interaction, but I decided, because I was having a very lethargic night, some relaxing Tetris would be a good call. It's actually a game I've wanted to share on stream for a long time. I was on off on what I wanted to do, so we can rebuild. Ugh. That's still not gonna help me. Oh dear. Probably should have stashed that one away. No! I feel like some of these blocks are traitors. Okay. Ah, crumbs. What am I doing? All right. So I had a few people here. I wonder if I'm going to be able to... Okay, I'm going to try. Oh, no, it gets rid of the audio. All right. Worry. Tetris stresses you out. It would take you, it would wake you from lethargy. Well, hello, Immortal Velity. It's interesting watching how this. Okay, that's cool to hear. So, Dendrian, have you never played? I'm sorry, I will tab back into the game, but I did just want to catch up with chat really quickly, and then I will bring it up on mobile so I don't lose the conversation afterwards. But yeah, Dendrian, have you not played Tetris Effect? Because it's truly wonderful. Streamers that look at chat too often mess up with their game. Well, okay, that's good to hear. I mean, I am perfectly capable of messing up the game on my own terms. How dare I not be super pro and read chat while playing this simple little game? What? It's a natural instinct. I don't know. I think it's probably like it. Oh God, I did not mean to do that. So Vanguard Master would like me to explain in detail what the strategy is, and honestly, the real strategy is to put the blocks down as quickly as possible, so you can enjoy the beautiful soundtrack for this game. It's one of those secret strategies. You'll often find that streamers don't talk about that. But yeah, no, I think the stress tends to come from from the appeal of the game, which is sort of everything kind of has its place. And and sort of feeling everything sort of pile up on you, and there being, it's like, I play this game called Cultist Simulator, which is card driven, and I do sometimes like to deliberately mess up the board to kind of troll the people who are watching. And there are some people who react very, very strongly to that. Like, there are some people who have kind of gone out of the way and been like, I know you're playing around, but can you please fix that? It's stressing me out. And one of the weird things is that my apartment, I've got to admit, like, I'm not a complete disaster, but my apartment does tend to get quite untidy at times. It's usually just kind of clutter, lots of books and papers around and things like that. I'm definitely, I draw the line at like garbage, being all over the place. I'm not that bad, but yeah, like I'll confess, the place does tend to get a bit more cluttered than what I would want. And yet at work, when I had a dedicated office, we're sort of in a hybrid work situation. So unless you're like executive level, you're not getting your own office anymore. But like, despite that tendency for myself at work or at home, like everyone would comment on how tidy my office was, and it's it's like my own little Tetris. Like, everything's got to have its place. It's where I do my work. It's where I want to focus, and it should be just so. I leave it to the psychologists to figure out why it's okay for work, which I don't always have the warmest feelings towards. That gets the special treatment, and the others, like my home stuff, which I do actually care about, gets less attention. But and sorry, I will try and see those other comments that I missed. I think it was the set after this that I was the first loss that I wound up with in the game. Okay. Train yourself not to be stressed at all. No, absolutely. When you are in the zone, this game, there's absolutely nothing like this game. Like, if you can go to your happy place while playing this game, I truly cannot compare it to any other game experience I've ever had. Yeah, sorry. In this, I am of course referring to a mechanic indirectly as well as a mental state. But yes, I will confess too. Like, when I sat down and played, I mean, I know a few people have kind of got the hints of it. Like, the work-life situation, not everything's been super great the whole time, and I don't entirely shy away from it on stream, but like, I don't feel like people need to hear every last gory detail. People have got their own stuff that they're dealing with, right? But man, there is just something about this game where, some of the stuff it's talking about, or the feeling, every once in a while you just want to play a game that tells you, you know what, everything's gonna be okay. I don't think there could have been a better game for me to play during sort of the worst of it. So obviously my hope is that everybody who plays Tetris Effect is doing so under very serene and and perfectly enjoyable circumstances, that they're not doing it to like cope, but you could do worse in terms of stuff to make you feel better. I'm trying to figure out when to use the zone, but I feel like I can do a little more construction here. I think I just blew it, actually. Ugh, gross. Alright, screw it. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Ugh. By the way, I apologize. I don't have the ability to do this right now, but I should mention that Dendrian is a broadcaster. I originally found him through Against the Storm, which is a wonderful roguelike city builder. Very unique game, still in early access, but has a tremendous level of polish in it already. And he plays the game very well. In fact, I think a lot of people tend to like watching my stuff just to like listen, to have something on in the background. And Dendrian's great for that. Yeah, Vanguard Master, I actually don't mind. There's, I think, one level that messes with me a bit in terms of the visuals in the background, but honestly, I cannot imagine playing this game without them. There's just too much of the world. Actually, I've mentioned this film before in a few different cases, but particularly for the Kesak chant. Like, if you like this game and you've not seen a film called Baraka, it should be available. If not to like stream, it should at least be available to buy on like most of the digital platforms. I know it's on Apple TV, but I figure if you're on Twitch, chances are you're subscribed to Amazon Prime. I'm not, but again, I just kind of make an assumption in terms of the host. Not great, but we can get through this. But yeah, it's not a documentary. It would be probably best classified as a non-narrative film. But it's directed and shot by a man named Ron Fricke, who is responsible for the Mustafar sequence in Revenge of the Sith. So that's the volcano planet. I think it's premature for those. You know what? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, that was the worst of both worlds there. But yeah, definitely globe-trotting, beautifully photographed, kind of very unique perspective on the world. I will confess, the follow-up to it, Samsara, I think has a lot of qualities that made Baraka a very good film. But I must confess, I did find it a little preachier than Baraka. And one of the things I liked about Baraka was it was a little less in your face about what it was about. And I felt Samsara would have been more enjoyable if it had followed Baraka in that regard. But I've mentioned it before, so if you've ever played Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, a lot of the wonders, a lot of those visuals are actually footage from Baraka. Oh man, I've really gone and done it. Watching high school English and you had to do a critical analysis. Interesting. So what was your essay about? Oh, I love and hate this level. I hope you're still around here, Dedrick, because it's going to get really interesting. And Vanguard Master, you better recognize the chant you're about to hear. There will be a quiz. I'm not done myself any favors here. Alright, we will recover. Oops. Ah, I hit the wrong button. Oh wait. We'll recover this. So the trick here is, because I'm in one of the faster spots, I want to use this as a chance to clear out the lines. Oh no. I did it wrong. I want to try and clear out the lines so I spend less time in the high speed section. This is honestly not the worst you can run into in the game, so I'm like, I'll be fine, but that was a missed opportunity to get some points. So yeah, if you... Let me see if I can bring chat up. Have I tried holding down tab? Oh, no, I haven't. I've actually played... This is one of the few games I play on a gamepad. So I will try that. I'll try that while I'm running... I'll try that while I'm in the next level. Retro Tetris remade with visual effect. I haven't tried the multiplayer. I've tried some of the challenge modes. Again, I haven't on the Xbox. I got all the way to the end, but that was on Game Pass. Whereas this is a copy that I own on Epic, so I gotta run through all of this again. But yeah, I thought there was a way to do it, maybe with like the right, whatever you call these movie. I don't use controllers. Whatever you call the sticky out things that I move everything from. But yeah, anyway, so Vanguard, there's that chant. There's like an older gentleman who's like, is it called the thumbstick? Okay, yeah. It's like an older gentleman who's like leading a bunch of people in this chant, and like every once in a while, you know, he'll say something, and everybody's kind of makes that duck, 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 sound, and they're sort of waving their arms at them, and then they're a bunch of people are either lying back, and then yeah, so that's that same chant, Um, okay, yeah. So this is actually a specific kind of chant. I believe it's called Kesak chant. Um, I could be pronouncing it wrong. Ketchak. Um, and I I believe the story about it, like this is related to a like to an old myth. Like I think there's a like it the Monkey King, I think, is supposed to be taking someone away, like as part of an escape or something like that. Um, Now, there's another thing I've heard about this, which I love if this is true. It's perceived as being like this very ancient ritual, which, so far as I can tell, is not true. I actually think this thing goes back to like the 1930s, or like somewhere in the 20th century. And like the thing is that because the tourists really liked it, they made it a much bigger they made it a much bigger thing. I genuinely do not know how long the tradition goes back. Like it could just be that it was one thing and then they sort of transformed it into something a little bit more appealing for for a modern or an extended audience. But oh, here we go. I found a bit of a write-up here. So the duration of the performance is around an hour. The story of Ramayana is depicted beginning with Sita and Rama's exile in the jungle of Dandaka. The performance reenacts the appearance of the golden deer, the abduction of Sita by Ravana, the battle between Ravana and Jatayu, the search for Sita by Hanuman, and ends with a battle between Rama and Ravana. The Ketchak chanters chant and sing in accordance with the mood and milieu of the story. So, but yeah, anyways, so for those of you, like, let's face it, Ritual Passion's an awesome level. But yeah, for those of you who particularly like that, and you would actually like to see the real life thing that is based off of, I highly recommend Baraka. And for the reasons why TPGMC 20 is mentioning here, right? Like this idea of sort of going around the world, seeing all the sights, and sort of returning home. That's kind of what Baraka is. So yeah. I mean, so here's what I'll do. Okay, my hope is that when you all check this out, you are going to go see the full film that this is attached to. But I do actually know there's a clip of it on YouTube. So anyway, let's try and make some more progress. Hey, give me my controller back. Oh God, no! What? This is a betrayal. So I think this is the one that has the, like, the cityscape. I think that was the first time I lost. We'll see if we can avoid a repeat. Not quite sure what I was trying to accomplish there. Yeah, like some of the transitions that they do in this are really good, right? Like going from, it's a little bit like, so if you think of, inevitably whenever you move to the moon, right, you think of that really famous transition in 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? The, you know, the primitive creatures that eventually become humans, learn to use tools, throw up the bone and triumph. And, you know, thousands of years of human progress are summarized in that one shot where the bone is intercut with a satellite. And you immediately know what's happened. Like, there's no need, nobody says, you know, in the year 2001, mankind had finally gone to the star. Like, it's, the connection is drawn purely through that edit. Whereas here, you know, you start in one desert, and the natural transition is not necessarily outer space, but as soon as you get there, you're like, oh. So I guess this is the one thing too, is that like it's and as TPGMC20's sort of indicating here, like obviously these are not just randomly chosen. There is sort of a, both through the choice of music, but also just in terms of the times, like what they show you, when they show it to you. It's a little bit more going on in this game, which is something that I really enjoy too. Yeah, that's a real shame. Because, like, I guess the thing that I would say is that if you want to play, like, vanilla Tetris, you know, I should have saved the end of the zone, because this gets fast. That's fine. You'll just see me... You will see me power through adversity. I absolutely am not gonna freak out in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... Ah, nuts! I'm not gonna begrudge anyone their tastes, right? Like, if this is not for them, there's no like, you can't argue with someone to appreciate beautiful music, right? Like, if you don't feel something at the end of, like, the Ninth Symphony, right? If, like, you just listen as like, yeah, it's a bunch of brass, you know, kind of annoying and loud. Maybe if they kept it to 3 minutes, you know, I would have been more interested. Like, if that's your reaction, like, first of all, kudos to you for being honest about it, right? Because, you know, there's not a lot of people who are willing to admit that. But I'll admit, that's also such a shame, because that's a really amazing piece of music that, you know, obviously there's a reason why people react so strongly to that. All right, focus time. Yeah, you know, again, like, if it doesn't work for people, it doesn't work. But man, I really feel they put a lot of effort into this game. Like, and again, like, just through really interesting choices in terms of where they take you, what time, you know, desert, moon, underwater. We're about to go above ground in a little bit. Thank you very much for the follow. Right? And to see the dolphins jump up, like, this is something, when I think about some of my fondest memories in BC, to be able to go on, like, a ferry to Vancouver Island And like to be able to see an orca, and like not an orca in an aquarium, like, you know, out in the wild, to see something like this, like that's obviously something that not everybody's going to be able to see in their lives. And to be able to sort of put it in this exciting moment while you're playing the game, you're sort of, yeah, you're trying to focus on it, but there's a chance to enjoy the beauty of the game as well as the, you know, like basically just being able to take in the entire experience. I think there's something really special about that. And I feel that if you know, if you're the kind of person, like, you know, every once in a while we'll get somebody who comes into the stream and be like, you know, just play the game. Why do you talk so much? And like, you know, again, that's not for them. I get it, right? There are definitely YouTube videos I get recommended where it'll be, you know, 3 minutes of somebody talking, and I have no interest whatsoever in seeing the rest of it. But there is a point to it. You know, it may not necessarily be for you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't something there. And yeah, in the case of Tetris Effect, I really feel like, you know, I can think of a lot of ways that this game could have been annoyingly distracting and, you know, have actually gotten in the way of Tetris. And what I'm actually far more impressed by is how well this experience complements Tetris. You know what? I think that was premature. All right. Well, we'll still make something out of it. I think it gets a bit more intense in a little bit, so... Nope. I know it's gonna slam me in a bit, but... Oh, Jesus. Okay, Oh. Self-sabotage is the best kind of sabotage. Oh no, I love jazz. So, this is the city levels very much. It's not exactly Gershwin, but it's like got a hint of Gershwin, which makes me happy. So if I recall correctly, there's a rather challenging section in this too. So this is the time for me to get my house in order. By the way, not to obsess about the Kechek dance, but another detail for those of you that are Dota fans, the Monkey King. Listen carefully to the sounds you hear during his ultimate. Because they'll sound familiar. And it's not an accident. I did that wrong. All right. We can cover it though. Yep. So we'll hold on as long as we can. Oh. Screw it. Ah, wrong one. There we go. All right, let's catch up with some of chat. Oh no. Okay, so hello TS Mindswap. Laughing GMC off. Instructions also involve people reading instructions. You know, people can't be bothered to do this. Let me just take a quick second to tab. The audio is going to go away for a bit. I apologize for that, but in stark opposition to your experience with marine wildlife, where you had to stop the ship and wait for them to leave us alone. Where, yeah, for those of you who don't know, Vanguard Master served in the Navy, so for me, marine wildlife was a joyous thing. For him, it was a liability. Yeah, the stage is most interesting because of the music. Some people like the chaoticness, some people don't. I think this game would be popular if they had better instructions instead of relying on experimenting on the menus and relying on the community. Yeah, I didn't actually seek out any instructions for the game. So that's interesting that people seem to struggle with it. Okay. I'm past the 3 hour, or I just passed the 3 hour mark, but you know, we didn't get, apparently I'm at the end of my journey with Turtle Dreams on PC. So let's see if I can make some minor progress. But this may be where I wrap it up. Not that I'm tremendously enjoying the conversation, especially because there's obviously some Tetris fans in here, but I do owe it to myself to get a proper sleep for once. I think Dendrian can relate. Oh god, how do I do this? I'm not going to go into any details of the the finale, but any Succession fans in the channel, I know Dendrian's seen it. He now has permission to watch it now that the show's had its finale. But anybody else here watch it? Because I came up with a brilliant alternative title, which I insist I am going to send 67 emails in one night demanding that Max, as it is now called, adopt this title. And I'm just going to assume that it's the delay that's stopping everyone from saying, "Oh, please tell us your brilliant TV idea." No person's ever had an idea for television that didn't wind up being the most boring derivative nonsense that I've ever heard. I'm dying to hear this, System Chalk. Well, I'll tell you because you were asking so nicely. The new title for Succession is Here Today, Logan Tomorrow. Yeah? It's clever. You're at my mind system. Thank you for indulging me, Vanguard Master. Oh no, I'd love to be cynical about television, but we are kind of in a golden age of entertainment right now. Like, there's gonna be bad examples of anything, like wherever you look, but we are really spoiled with some high quality entertainment right now. I haven't seen the Marvel stuff. That may not be my jam, but the sort of thing that, I don't know, I guess it used to be like these big prestige projects for, like, companies like HBO and that, like, everybody's kind of got at least one of those now. I mean, again, like, there's some drawbacks to that too. Like, I'd kind of like it if someone could just tell me, "Hey, yeah, I really like this thing," instead of being like, so like, the thing I don't like is, like, okay, so like Breaking Bad, obviously that's an old show, but like it's, it'll serve the point, right? So like, I think Breaking Bad is an exceptionally good show. I think it is one that, I feel a high degree of confidence in recommending to people if they like dramas. What I don't particularly care for is the type of Breaking Bad fan who, if you say something like, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen Breaking Bad," they're like, "Oh my god, you haven't seen Breaking Bad? You haven't lived!" Because they do that with every show, and there's just not enough time. Like, if you want your life to be about television, hey, it's absolutely your life, but like, there are other things to do, and sometimes that means not watching everything. And like, obviously that kind of a recommendation is sometimes devoid of a reason to watch it. It's why, when I give a shout out on Twitch, people are very gracious in terms of receiving them. But it's also because I know the rhetoric of Twitch is very often, "Oh, why?" The rhetoric of Twitch is very often, so-and-so is the best ever. And like, if everything's the best ever, nothing is the best ever. So where I can, I try and give people a reason to check something out. And, some people are easier to shout out than others. Yeah, where I can, it's nice to just try and acknowledge that people have finite amounts of time, and I'm saving the zone too much, but I actually don't know when they're going to hit me with a tough bit. I've never seen Rings of Power. I don't have Prime. Although there was one Prime show that somebody let me watch, and I liked. Oh yes, I remember this gets a little hairy. Well, it's a cool concept for a level, though. I think I'm gonna have to start making some sacrifices. So I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, no. Now I remember. So not Patriot, Prime show that somebody let me see. It's called Patriot, and it's not by the Coen brothers, but I have a feeling that if you like Coen brothers stuff, it's kind of a similar flavor. The showrunner and writer is a guy named Steve Conrad. I'm not really that familiar with what he's done before. The only name I really recognized was he'd done a film with Nicolas Cage called The Weatherman, which didn't really seem to make a mark. I thought it was okay. Like, I don't remember that much about it, but yeah, anyways, like in it, basically the guy is some kind of spy under non-official cover. So he's going undercover in this oil company to be able to manipulate an Iranian election, and has shocking difficulty getting money from point A to point B. And, like, the problem is that I cannot articulate exactly why I think it's worth watching. It's very much like it's just a really fun ride, and I'm really glad that I watched it. So like the best I've got is, like, if you like Coen Brothers stuff, it's sufficiently weird that it'll probably be your thing. And likewise, if you find the Coen Brothers completely tedious, that may be one you want to give a miss. Some illegal... No, we watched it together. If they let me into their Amazon account, I would have bought a bunch of stuff. You remember him with the bow? I don't think he had a bow in that. Oh, sorry, we're talking about this wonderful game, and I started talking about television and everything. Everything fell apart. Oh man, I don't remember anything about The Weatherman. I watched it alongside a bunch of other Nicolas Cage movies, so... Like, again, I didn't think it was bad. I actually seem to remember... thinking that it was interesting, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it why, and then that is actually my only distinct memory of the film, so maybe it wasn't as interesting as I thought. Actually, I also remember a thing about tartar sauce. Those are the two bits I remember. Oh no, and a giant floating SpongeBob. So 3 things. Ah! freedom. Aim for the Tetronimos, stay for the pounding techno. It's actually fireworks, but... So, here's something I've never been able to figure out, even like when going out of my way to read about it. I do not know what the aesthetics or the like the theory behind fireworks are. Like, obviously they do not just randomly, like, it's more than just somebody saying, yeah, we're just gonna blow that thing up over there, right? Like, clearly there is a design behind any given fireworks display. There was Symphony of Fire in Vancouver when I lived there. I loved going to that. And it's you know, it's judged. So, you know, all of the nations kind of compete to put on the best fireworks display. And so there is obviously some criteria beyond, oh yeah, that blowed up better than that, you know, like, but I've never actually been able to find anything on, you know, like if you said, okay, I'm going to go into this competition, let's train up. Like, I don't know what the tome is that you read to learn the wisdom of the, you know, the pyrotechnicians who came before you. And I'd really like to learn. Like, not because I want to do it, just... I think it would be a fascinating read to sort of see how people have thought about fireworks and how to put on a good fireworks show. This game is gonna just demolish me when I come out of this. Also, just notice the way that the blocks have changed colors subtly as the fireworks display gets more elaborate. Like, those are the little touches that, even though I'm in the middle of, you know, hell on earth as far as complexity is concerned, the game gets worse. But like, I'm just being a big baby right now. But yeah, those are the little touches that just really that really just is the... Oh man, I went from S to B over the course of our time together. But yeah, no, So I was going to wrap up after that, but let's try one more. I'm not necessarily going to make it all the way through Sunset Breeze, but let's do one more. And yeah, so I mean, like, when I say train, like, clearly at some point you need to gain an understanding of your craft, right? But like, in the end, like, even if we say design, that still kind of kicks the can down the road in terms of the question, right? Like, in the end, the knowledge has to be transferred somehow. Like maybe it could be something like magic, where there is this kind of oral tradition. But I am sufficiently interested in the topic that I would be kind of interested to know, like, is there kind of this accepted body of knowledge, right? Like, so if you want to go, if you want to study econ, right, you have a variety of textbooks. There is a subset of textbooks that are kind of used, and nobody would really question your use of them at any university. And then some profs are going to use their own notes, but chances are what the head of the department would like to see is, okay, can you just show me what your, like what are you actually putting in this class? Let's just make sure that we're transmitting a particular body of knowledge here. And that's kind of what the question is. It's like, clearly that has to exist, because there is a firm technical side to the discipline as well. But given the fact that there is given the fact that there is a procedure for judging, and given that there is there's enough. There are enough kind of fireworks teams that go around the world participating in these competitions. I'm just kind of curious how that information gets transferred. I've not read Wheel of Time. Actually, Olaf, I never asked what your favorite round was. Oh God, I didn't mean to do that. So, given that we're seeing the Aurora Borealis, we know that we're on the Skinner's Kitchen part of the journey. Whoops, wrong button. All right, let's make the most of this. There is no way to make the most of this. This is going to be a complete disaster. I'll just take my lumps and remind myself never to do that again. I feel like the more important skill for someone like me is not necessarily being able to maintain some sense of order on a Tetris board, but being able to get out of the absolute nonsense I find myself in. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like that either. Oh, sabotage. What am I doing? There we go. Still ugly, but we can get through it. I don't remember this one at all. Oh, yes, I do. This is gonna be an adventure! I will do my absolute best not to use foul language, but no promises. Oh, what am I doing? Good song, though. It's kind of the way the game says sorry for giving you a tough time. I've given myself absolutely no options here. You all need Jesus. One of the things, did anybody in the chat see the Tetris movie out of curiosity? So one of the things I really liked, I talked at the beginning of the stream about kind of the local game dev community and kind of what I get out of visiting, that sort of thing. Hold the line. One of the things that I really liked about it, and like, you know, again, the Hollywood stuff, it's pretty obvious when they go down that path. It's not even necessarily bad. It's just, you know, it's kind of like, okay, this is going to be what the movie's going to be for a little while, and you know, I've had a good enough time so far that I'll see where this thing finishes, and I think they stick the landing. But one of the things that, even if it didn't happen, like, it really struck me as being something that rang true to me was the friendship that develops, like the bonding over creation, and these two designers that have a great respect for each other and their creations. I like that part a lot about the Tetris movie. There's also kind of an entrepreneurial side to it that's kind of fun too. So the character of Hank Rogers is kind of neat. If you like Better Call Saul, you'll probably like the character of Hank in it. Oh no! It's not looking good, but. Oh god, what did I do to myself? I'm starting to panic, obviously. Okay, we got through. Is it a B? Yeah. Yeah, no, I liked it a lot. Like I said, like don't go in expecting a documentary, but I think in terms of the essence of the story and the characters, I thought it was sufficiently entertaining. Oh man, are we that close to the end? Okay. If I lose, I'll wrap it up. But if I get a chance to show the finale, it's hard. It's hard to deny you the chance to see how it all ends. I was just trying to make sure I'm still awake. Let's try this one here. Now I've gone and done it. Never bet against my capacity for self-sabotage. TS Mindswept. By the way, if your name is not just cleverness, if you are a Minesweeper fan, you may be interested in checking out a game by. They don't really hang around that much anymore, but there's a game developer called Valiant Cheese. You can find them under the name Cheeseness on itch.io, and they're doing a game called Bone Sweeper, which is kind of a fossil take on Minesweeper. It's clever. It's a neat touch. Oh yes, I remember this level. I seem to remember the content of it. The gameplay of it drives me absolutely insane, but I remember this being a really charming segment. So, lie back and enjoy the visuals and try not to think too carefully about my mental state. I hate this. Alright, here we go. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. One of my triggers is sticky. Okay, we can get out of this, but man, this is not the level I wanted to have a mistake like that happen on. Oh, we are so boned. Oh, what was that? Okay. Oh, that worked for a Tetris, huh? I own it. It's my mistake. just make it that much sweeter when I get out. When I get out. Oh no! Come on! Jesus. Okay, so I gotta clean up my mess. But we will still get through. Also, shout out to everybody who thought that I was gonna lose at that bit. I have no idea what the Tetramidion is. Sorry, I should be playing the game, not staring at chat. I think I only missed one block there. And I realize I've said this like 6 times playing the game, but I also really like this song. That was probably premature, but I just need a mental break at this point. No! God, that's gonna come back to bite me. No! God! It's the connected mode boss that wants me dead. I'll have to give it a shot. I'm really not feeling confident about where I am here, but let's see what I can do. It really depends on how much time I have for cleanup, but I remember this ramps up reasonably quickly. Or actually, I don't remember that. Okay, look, if I'm honest, I'm not sure what I've got. I'm not sure what's coming up, but let's assume that it's going to go to I hate you fast as soon as possible. I just can't keep stacking my problems like that. Again, never bet against my capacity for self-sabotage. Yeah, I have actually played this on hard. I don't know if I've gotten all the way through to the end, but there's definitely a couple points where it basically feels like it's like hitting the up button on every single tile. And weirdly enough, I have done better on that than some of the really fast modes. And I think it's just because you are forced to think about the game in a completely different way. But I'm absolutely not going to volunteer for that. So I took a bit of a risk in tombing that, but it paid off. Oh, come on. God, this is... Oh no. Alright, we'll get out of that. Okay. Could be better, but I'm alive. I've had an itch on my nose I've been dying to scratch. Oh, that was it? Okay, we get to enjoy the final level. No pressure or anything. I love this stage so much. Metamorphosis. As soon as I sought out the soundtrack. Oh, really? When I sought out the soundtrack, this is absolutely the first song I looked for. The other thing to keep in mind too, right? Like especially this is the one which is just an absolute fireworks show in terms of transitions and how they keep building it. And man, I better fix this, otherwise I'm going to be so crushed not to show you the finale. But like just appreciating how hard it is to like. You can't predict what a game of Tetris is going to look like, right? People are going to play it in different ways. They're going to make mistakes like I do. To have these kind of holding patterns in the music and have that sound natural, right? Like not make it sound like the game is waiting for you to get to the next bit. I cannot imagine the effort that went into that. Created some problems. Now it's just gonna suck for a while. But how can you be sad when there's music like this going on? Oh god. I've really gone and done it now. There's this great moment if you do it all the way to the beginning where you get like this extended in the zone mode to just completely eliminate everything on the screen. It is so amazing to go on that journey from start to finish. Yeah, there's no... I didn't know what to think after I'd played that. I just kind of sat here and just kind of stared at the screen for some unknown amount of time after playing that for the first time.
Of this world and all that it creates. With every passing day, the winds might grow stronger and carry us away, but we will hold on to joy to light the way, to keep the reminder that love does not escape. nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love. We're all connected in this love. We're all connected in this love. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Beyond the storms and the seas, the sun and the breeze, the stars and the galaxy. Beyond the time that we take, the days that we make, I'm always gonna be with you.
But that's the Tetris effect. So we'll maybe try and get for better score next time. Congratulations, you've completed Journey Mode Normal. Your total score will now be tracked when playing at this difficulty level or lower. Total score is meant for players who want to challenge Journey Mode from start to finish. It tracks points earned until you quit a back to the map screen or get a game over. Enjoy and good luck. So basically, what I was talking about before, so if you want to do the experience from the deep all the way to Metamorphosis, you can. If you thought that, if, like, this already is a really special, this is already a really special game, but to be able to, like, go from the start and, like, finally deliver on Metamorphosis as one go, like, that is a very unique, that is a very unique gaming experience, which, if for those of you that might be on the fence about picking this up, it is one that I would encourage you to try and go for, even if it does mean you need to, you know, lower the difficulty, or if you need to struggle a little bit through these sections. It is absolutely worth it. There's also this nice theater mode, so for those of you that cannot get enough of the Ketchak chat. But yeah, there's a theater mode if you just really like the backgrounds. You can turn the UI off as well. But I feel like if I do that, I'm not really broadcasting anymore. Like, I kind of feel like I need to pay. I kind of feel like I need to pay them royalties. But yeah, and there's, you know, multiplayer and all of that. But I gotta go. I'm an hour later. I'm glad that the stupid pills did not stop me from completing at least a normal journey. And I don't know. I'm gonna guess that there may be some appetite for me doing this again in the future. The only thing is that obviously the added value here really is my ability to carry on a conversation with people, and that's definitely inhibited. Oh yeah, actually, if you are a Tetris fan, I do encourage you to check out the effect modes. There's definitely some pretty unique stuff there as well. But Let's see who's online. I'm sorry I had to wrap up Godless a little earlier than I wanted. It's just, you know, I probably could have lowered the difficulty, but I don't know. I wanted to try and put some effort in. We will return to it. I think it may be a good idea for me to maybe try might be a good idea for me to try Phantom Brigade next week. Again, no promises. You know, it'll be a brace yourself game for sure. But I need to figure out which of those that I'm going to play. But I think I'll raid Will Shand tonight. He's the best available. Um, there's a few people online right now, but Will Shand is doing Luna Kid or possibly Lunacid, probably Luna Kid. But he's I don't know, he's definitely different from this, but he tends to play sort of bottom of the barrel indies, not always, but like and it can get amusingly chaotic. He's got a lot of neat little animations that he does for his channel, sort of Mystery Science Theater 3000 inspired. And he's somebody who I got a chance to meet in Vancouver back when I lived there. So thank you everybody for hanging out, particularly those of you who came in here because of Tetris. I'm glad some of you got a chance to check this game out, because obviously one of the reasons I really like streaming is a chance to share stuff with people that maybe they haven't seen or experienced yet, or to provide a different perspective on something that they may not have seen before. But I have some writing to do, and then I need to get some sleep. So say hi to Will for me. I will see probably some of you for Friday for Book of Hours. Take care.